Alright, what's up? Hi, I swear I'm alive. I'm here to play Phoenix Wright. Please tell me that this save is from like almost 2:30 a.m. It's kind of bothering me that the only digit that's not a 2, if I had gone one more minute exactly, it's fine. But yeah, so I aborted right before the final day of, excuse me, of the trial. You're gonna have to give me a minute. It's been, like... What day is it? Like, in real life, what day is it? It's been, like, 10 days. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. Monday? I hate Mondays. I've been trying to reach Lena all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth? Knowing you, you've already figured it out. That's a bold assumption. Can't believe I missed your last stream? /J. It's alright, you didn't miss much. Yeah, I don't... Well, he had to have done it, right? The guy, Gaunt. It has to be him. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the all 7's ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. If my voice sounds hoarse, my apologies. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! What's with this fucking time limit? What? I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lena's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. Aren't you pissed off about your car still? I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gaunt has on her, it's now. I'm trying to, like, regain the depth of my voice. It'll come back. You gotta give me a minute. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lena Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gaunt. Wait. Why the fuck did you, like, fade into existence? Morning, folks. How's everyone been doing? Hey, Udgy. Been back to the pool yet? Udgy. I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. That's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? What is with him, like... I'm gonna take this medicine before I forget. Hold on. No, now he's talking. No, you're not supposed to talk while the... Lana is... That is to say, the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Sorry, drowning in fluids. That's water. What's this all about, defendant? Medicine for the lack of vitamin D? No. No, I'd like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Oh, wait, you can do that? Shit, okay. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. What? Okay, not like that. Why don't we just shoot the detective? Wait, detective chief and be done with it? Because then we'll go to jail. Prison, not jail. Prison is the long-term one. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. Okay. In the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Lena! Hold on a second! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Are you firing me? But Lana, I'm gonna say your name differently every time. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Can you just do that in the middle? The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. She technically can? Like in the middle of the hearing? Get out! Phoenix, you suck. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening! It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. Hold on. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant. Objection! Yeah, this is bullshit. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. He is so based. Any ruling at that stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. How many fucking stands do we have? I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, huh? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gaunt. What? I think he just really doesn't like him. I think he wants to lose this case, creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. The witness stand is both a superposition of Gaunt and Lena. Is that why he faded in with this sudden confession from the defendant? It's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. That's probably the most level-headed thing anyone has ever said in this courtroom. Unfortunately enough, some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. That's because the judge is stupid beyond belief? I don't think he's the only one. I request the court hears her testimony. Who's saying hold it? You? Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it'd be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gaunt? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. We're directly threatening him now. Miss Emma Skye, take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. The reins? Where the fuck have you been? Now then, witness. State your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister. I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Who's Joe? I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He just doesn't fight it. He sure gave in fast. Now, she's not a real scientist. She's like 16. She has aspirations and Spy Kids glasses. Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. What kind of an internal monologue is that, Phoenix? It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Who the fuck unironically uses the word yesteryear? You fucking nerd. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Well, that was fast. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That'll soon become apparent, Your Honor. Since it's court yesteryear is common? Yeah, like I said, nerd. This is a fucking nerd. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Of what? Alright, I'm just gonna... I'll show her something funny. Yes, you were, but what about... What about this luminol? I hit the wrong button. The only nerd is streamer who wants Elizabeth's attention. She needs to stay as far away from me as humanly possible is what she needs to do. Good dear God. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command until the deputy chief of police Gaunt. Who the hell is Elizabeth? She was the best detective ever. I remember. Deputy Chief Gaunt and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk, streamer's dominatrix! No, keep her away from me, I'm fucking angry. I'm fucking angry at her now. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. After what happened last stream, are you fucking kidding me? And dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. I'm not even sure what I'm pressing for. A man? Like, we already know. Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Who does he remind me of? He looks familiar. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. And then he ran into the sky in Gaunt's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. I saw it! What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gaunt and Prosecutor Near Marshall. Almost forgot about Gaunt. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Neil Automata. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I'm sorry to do this? Do what? No, we can wait. What's up? Need a hint. I see. I waited for that! I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? I'm gonna ban the word hint. Permaban. The second Nightbot sees the word hint, gone. Forever. Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Let's keep going. You spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? No, let's keep going. The picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. She would mind. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Didn't we see a drawing earlier, or I'm making that up? She's an artist. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and then stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Evidence list, piece of cloth. We already looked at this. I thought no? Why do I remember seeing, like... Was it in the safe? Maybe it was in the safe. I don't remember. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. Reread what Edge Nerd says? I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me just as much about this as she can. Can't she just draw the picture again? No, that's too much work. I drew a picture. What did Edgeworth say? He was like... No, he said, like, I never saw that evidence, right? Right. This doesn't tell me anything. Hey, you want to see something funny? Oh, it's not playing the song? Why? Damn it! Never mind. It's fucking ruined. Now I'm angry. That's Bruce Goodman's autopsy report. No, I want, How many fucking pages of evidence do I have? Jesus. This one. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing the tip. Sorry, let me reread what Edgeworth said. You drew a picture of what you saw. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. I'm not just imagining it. This scene that imprinted an image on your mind, describe it to us. What evidence is she talking about? Evidence... I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy! I didn't know it was on the back of this. A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a bad feeling about this. I don't remember that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought I saw it somewhere else. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? She's not denying it. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it. Oh, what's this? Okay, if it was drawn in magic marker, that paper would be like, it's old. Okay, I know it's old. It's like 2 years old, but still, it would be like you would be able to see it from the other side. Yes, what is that? You know how, like, you just completely fill a single page, like, with nothing but marker ink, and it becomes, like sopping wet? That's it! The picture I drew. It's not magic marker? A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. It's not magic marker? Charcoal. It says magic marker! Isn't magic marker like an actual brand name? Can they use that? Translation error. Okay. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What is the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Chat, I made lemonade earlier. Is it still lemonade if you make it with limes? I made lemonade earlier, and I didn't have like a thing to squeeze the limes, so I just squeezed them with my bare hands, and they still smell like limes. But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? It's called limeade? Limeade. Yeah, that's fair. Limeade just sounds like a dumb word. That's limeade. Limeade. Not limeade? Limeade. You uncultured dumbass. Okay. I was just saying it to be funny. Damn. Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Anyway, my hands smell like limes. Wait a minute. It's so rude. Chat hates me. If the list was torn in half, that means you could blend it with condensed milk and cool it for a drink that exists for 2 hours. No, I've done that before. That's why I bought the limes initially. It's just that I was lazy and I didn't feel like putting in the effort. So instead, I just took them and I squeezed the shit out of them with my bare hands into a jar and shook it up with sugar, and it is pretty good. My hands smell like limes. Your Honor! Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. You uncultured dumbass. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. I wish I could smell your hands. All right, we're going to move on now. That's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm still drinking the rest of it. It's pulpy because I don't know, I didn't strain it. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, hold on. I just need to, I don't have my screenshots folder open. That's my bad. I'm not really good at this whole, like, live streaming thing. Sorry, I just need to immortalize that. That's gonna go down there. There we go. Okay. Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Is that... It's that thing! What? The fuck? No. Stop! That's... that thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this is an act of vandalism. It's the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Stop playing the song! Thank you. Very well, witness. I don't need to be screaming right now. It's not good for me. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Why did you draw the blue badger? To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh, okay. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. But is it really? Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gaunt and Lena Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. At the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? Dude, who called her up to the stand again? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I'm sorry, did the fucking... I'm stupid? No, okay, I didn't. Wait. I just wanted to see what it looked like as the full image. Does it need to... Why is it so big and why is it sideways? Specifically the blue... Why is it, like, rotated? And it's just the head? Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I have a theory. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course. This is the exact scene. Get banned, idiot? What? Oh, there's a bot. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? For a second, I thought one of my mods actually came in and started doing their job. I gotta stop paying them. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'm kidding, I don't pay them. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. Please mod me so I can ban random people who enter the stream and also sig... And yet... There's clearly a contradiction here. Okay, the only caveat to me making people mod is I need your address. I need to know where you live. There's clearly a contradiction here. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Don't post your address in the chat. I do need to know who you are in real life. That's the qualifier for being a mod. I need to know you. Like, I need to have physical access to your domicile. I have a house key to where you live. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. How many nuclear missiles do you have on our location, and can I get one? What is this fucking address? What did you just post? Washington, D.C., what? The fucking White... Did you post the address to the White House? No. That's the last thing I want to be thinking about right now. I mean, what? This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. What am I pressing on here? Sorry, what did he say? Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? This is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from one of your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory? Nobody's story influenced me. She claims this is exactly what the scene that was imprinted in her mind is, and yet... There's a contradiction here. There's a contradiction? What's the contradiction? No, that's not what you do. The witness's statement is clearly faulty! Put her in prison! I must be on the wrong track. What does it want me to show? The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. The knife is already broken? No? Okay, now I'm concerned. The only thing I can really see other than the weird sideways blue badger, that's definitely a blue badger, is that the knife is blunt. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. That's strange. There's clearly a contradiction here. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. On this one? No, okay, I'm gonna lose the case. What do you think about the witness's statement, Your Honor? I'm not sure how you follow. They clearly contradicts. I thought. Guilty. I have no idea what it wants me to show here. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. That's... Huh? What's the contradiction? I'm gonna test something. I probably shouldn't save right now, but I'm gonna do it anyway. No, it didn't work. Throw the blue badger like a frisbee at the judge. The contradiction is that it's sideways, but how do I convey that? But you see the contradiction! Get that fucking thing out of my face! Don't you see it? Get away from me. Maybe it's in the, autopsy report. It was this. What's the I don't even know what it is. What is it? Is it the time of death? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture... Nope. We're not doing that again. We're not doing that again. I need more charges. This picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this No, don't make me do that. No, I don't... Which part of this picture contains the autopsy report? Contradicts. The knife is already broken? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. Okay, hold on. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken, too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. Yeah, I knew that. I don't remember where... I don't think it's in the evidence that says it was in his body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand, but the piece was inside him. Hold on, before I stab you, let me just like put this into your spine real quick. There we go. All right, goodbye. No, sorry, I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. It was broken beforehand. It couldn't possibly just wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But sure, she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. Events. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Wow, what a shocker that the green knife is broken at the tip. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gaunt. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Okay, I'm gonna put the lid back on this thing because now the whole room is starting to smell like limes. Over there. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. Edgeworth proceeds to take Wright out to the alley and beats him up. Well, no, Edgeworth wants this. This is like, he's the one helping me here. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Yes. If the witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. The real murder weapon! Okay, does it want me to present this? Or this? I'm gonna start with this. If anything's broken here, it's you! Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. No, not the... Alright, cool, great. Sorry, Your Honor. Give me another chance. Okay, I guess it's the photo? The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in the dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors' award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. And then Gaunt came up from behind and went like, yoink, and stabbed him with, I don't know, the suit of armor tip, or either maybe he fell onto it, I don't know. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Who's saying hold it? Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. Didn't... No, we established that earlier. Oh, she means the other side. This doesn't surprise me in the slightest. I know they tried to tell me that, like, I don't know, somebody else drew it, but it doesn't... You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't no, stop it! Stop! The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Stop it. Make it stop. Stop! All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it'd be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Yo, she killed him? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. I think I know what this is. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. Was that a typo? It said hadn't even designed him, not past tense. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now... Stop, please! Don't... I think I know what's going on now. Don't pursue this any further! Lana, show us the replay? I can't... What's the meaning of this? Remain seated in the defendant's chair. We must investigate the grammar. There's no text history. You have to clip it in the Twitch. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Oh, I think her sister killed someone. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. When I saw that man raise his knife... When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident. It's also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Drake was the one holding the knife. Drake? Dark was the one holding the knife. It's dyslexia moment. But as we just theorized, Drake? Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. My brain swapped the letters A and R. But what do you mean you think? It all kind of happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, it's a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. It's not... But... It was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. A dubious little creature. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother, this guy stink! Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us. Where in the room did you see him dancing? Dancing. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. It had 3 creepy horns. Those are horns? I thought it was a jester hat. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. Excuse me. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did, what she thinks she saw, what she saw, what she... Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? What she thinks she saw, what... If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really? I know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. Emma, I think you killed someone. Don't be too happy yet. In this room. Very well. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be so pissed. Music stopped. It stopped. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. I'm surprised you figured it out as fast as you did. I don't know, it's just like... You look at the shadow and you're like, why? The only thing I could think is like, why the fuck is it sideways? And then like, I saw the nodules on it and I was like, oh, this thing's got nodules. Sort of. How? Yeah, like that maybe? Maybe like I don't know. I don't know. It's got the nodules. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Resident Evil has trained me. Our viewpoint? Stop playing this dog! I've got to show them the correct angle. What the fuck is this? No. Ah! Is it like, I don't know, no, it's gotta be, like, on the top like this, right? Yeah, like that, it's upside down. There we go. Perspective, dude. This isn't right, I've gotta make it, no, that's right! Allow me to remind the defense that this case hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew. We cannot accept his claim. That looks... I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more, or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. This game is designed to torture me psychologically. I'm convinced of it. Yeah, it's like that, kind of. It's just like, I hate this fucking song so much. That's right, yeah. Is that shut up! Shut up! What do you mean that's not right? He used Chekhov's gun. What? What is the function of this fucking vase? Why is it like through hole? This is the piston funnel? This seems right to me. I don't know. Maybe, am I crazy? Is this wrong? With the blood facing away? that doesn't really work, because then it's like, it looks like this, and it's weird. Must like... But then it's too big. So like... But then it's too big. And then I rotate it like this, and then there's... Well, no, this would make sense, because if this is the angle that's correct, then the blood splatter from whoever the fuck died, like, would be splattered on this side, wouldn't it? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy! What's the fucking orientation here exactly? Maybe like this? Why he no like... The top was too short? Well, I tried it sticking out further before. It didn't work. Like it there? It's making me think I need to make the top as spherical as possible. Yeah, that's what that's what I had to look at. I had to think about it. I was like, the top is round, right? Make the top, like, whatever the fuck... This looks like a Pikmin enemy. Well, is it a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger. Stop playing the fucking music, please. It is a Pikmin enemy? It's the blowhard or whatever it's called, right? Order! Oh, thank God. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. The perspective is wonky. Why is it sideways? I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well, then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? The location... Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. I don't even have to present it myself. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gaunt. But the body was found lying near Lena Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. And she lied, probably, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and, I almost said Drake again, Marshall did not take place in Lena Sky's office. It's still the same room. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gaunt's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gaunt's office to Lena Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. Thanks, Edgeworth. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? That's the first time I've, like, gotcha'd Edgeworth, I think, like that. I'm so happy right now. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. He let you get the gotcha? No, I'm smarter than him. I'm better than him. Now, tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah, the suit of armor? Holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had no idea. Wait, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. Don't worry, it'll just be like third-degree manslaughter. I don't know how this works. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Involuntary manslaughter. I was saying I called it. It was my second guess. My first guess was that Damon Gaunt ran in there and stabbed him in the back and then was like, I am the spy, and then fabricated false evidence. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Sorry, Emma. Yeah, you killed someone. Oopsie. No, it makes sense, because, like, I don't know, the whole, like, Lena trying to cover up Gaunt, it doesn't feel like a good motivator, but her sister, yeah, I never would have imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented! Can the trial be overturned? What? No, not you, shut up. You're still... Actually, I don't know how you fit into this yet. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances... This isn't even her trial, it's yours. Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try and pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. You're very vocal all of a sudden. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? Ah, shit. Not again. I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes? It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This all has been a wild goose chase from the beginning. What do you got? Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. Uh-huh. It's coming together. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court record. What could it possibly be? The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Yes. You might want to save here? Close. It's probably a good idea. I have no health left. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. They meant save before saying yes? Bad end? Oh, okay. This is the message from the deceased. Well, I can't save after the dialogue shows up, unfortunately. Right. Now then. This is the message from the judge. What? What do you mean? You're fucking... That's enough. The court sees no... What do you mean? Am I actually... Wait, are you serious? Baba buoyed. What? Oh, shit. Not again. Wait, did I actually fuck up? Uh-oh. Dude, do I have a save before this? I don't think I do. No, this is... Wait. This is bad. Wait a minute. You're fine? Oh, thank God. No, I think I only have one save for this trial. We were gonna have to go do everything again. So, like, all of it. Like, all of it. Oh, dear God, thank you. Marshall's fingerprints found on the locker. Okay. Wait, what's the evidence then? Does it want me to, like, do this? A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I'll keep this information to myself. You really shouldn't. You really shouldn't. A message from the deceased. It's not the fucking vase, is it? I had to look at it again. I was like, no, there's a text box that shows up here that says, like, it looks like it says something, or like it's got, like, symbols on it. Only the fragment found in Chief Gon's office still has lines remaining on it. Is it the vase? He was next to it, wasn't he? This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before? I think I got it. Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? Yes, this is me. I did it. Sorry. How the hell did Emma see the blue badger? That's... I don't know. That's crazy. If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Everyone's forgotten this is just a jar that he was right next to when he died and would have easily been able to write on. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on the jar. Someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. What you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message on the most fragile object in the room, aside from him, because he was dying. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright? What kind of message did the victim leave for us? I don't fucking know. Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer. I'm only just now realizing that it says Emma. It says Emma! I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. This says Emma, doesn't it? No. I'm so sorry, Emma. He didn't even mean to do it. Damn. Why do you hate her? I don't... It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Still don't know who killed Goodman. I'm just saying. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end it was the one who took the victim's life. Was Emma Skye. Saul Goodman. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Now, see, where the fuck do you play in all of this? Did you? I still think he killed Goodman. I don't know. Chief Gaunt. He was, you know... he obviously helped, I think. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. He did not know that. It was not his fault. Why are you, like, stacking it on him? Asshole? Who's Joe? But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're mere keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Yeah, dude, we're getting Edgeworth disbarred! I told you I'm better than him. I feel bad. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Well, that was exciting. This is bad. When does the leather come in? I figured it was going to be that because it shows her handprint on, like, when she pushed him. That was my thought process. I should probably make more than one save. I'm gonna do that. Wouldn't it be the judge's fault, though? Yeah, let's put him in jail. I nominate, Maya, new judge. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. You okay? Who's Joe? This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty? I thought you got fired. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was just talking about this one the other day. It's got a little bird on the front. You must know there are 2 rules of evidence law. Evidence shall be shown without the approval. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. It was gone. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. I knew he had a grudge. It's pretty obvious, but what else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's what the trial is for. Gumshoe, she merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? Yeah, I did it. And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. It was Meekins. He's a dangerous threat. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Elena Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Oh, he's actually getting disbarred. Oh, dear. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. It's not even his fault. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. We're allowed to do that? I don't know. There's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement. I didn't mean to open that, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Why haven't you been able to do this before? I don't know. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. That it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness? Mr. Wright, don't fuck this up. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. It appears I've overestimated you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a moment, I actually thought you knew what you were doing. Mr. Wright, this court has long since tired of your questionable antics. I don't have any concrete evidence. Okay, we're gonna... I did it for the funny. Who could it possibly be? I know. Detective Gumsh... It was Gum. Damon Gaunt. The defense calls Damon Gaunt to the stand. Damon Gaunt? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gaunt has a first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, escort Mr. Gaunt to the stand. Oh boy. I've been waiting for this. This took a while, too. Witness, state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and your occupation. So, you want to play hardball, huh? It's gonna be really weird seeing him freak out. Mr. Gaunt. Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police. Acting. Now then, Chief Gaunt, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Well, personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. Was he in the room for that? Wait, there are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Oh boy, here we go. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Yes, actively threaten me, that's good. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? It's like the Fifth Amendment and stuff? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Wait, no, that's only for the defendant, I thought. Wait, can you refuse to testify? I thought, I don't know. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Like, if you're not the one being actively, well, like, you know, investigated for the crime, only if you're the chief. Okay, don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of my time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. I'm going to assume that if I ask too many pressing questions, he's not going to like it. So let's just go ahead and do that. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. That is still withholding evidence, mate. Well, I guess he can claim you didn't know about it. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. Okay, maybe he was aware? That's still bad. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, I better hit him hard and fast. Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. I'm gonna press on this. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway... I had nothing to do with the forgery. What would I present here? It was in his safe. Several of these things are... What is that? Let me read this. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I think it's that first one. It's gonna come in. He held evidence. Let me press on that. It doesn't seem to be eating my health. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. Is that really how it went down? I don't think having the armor is illegal. If he wasn't aware that it took place, and she already had moved the body and cleaned off the spear, he wouldn't have any knowledge of it, right? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, stare at me, Wright. You know you want... You're better off staring at the court record. Sorry, where'd that come from? Worthy! Always the smooth talker. But what piece of evidence ties Gaunt to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gaunt to the incident. No more question. I think I just need to present... this? No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. All right. What exactly do I need to present to show that he had forged... Maybe I should press more. I should probably... No, I didn't mean to press more there. You're saying the forgery had nothing to... That's not what I meant to do. I'm going to press on other things. It doesn't seem to be punishing me for that. As I recall, the ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. Authentic spike trap in my backyard. Don't slip on banana peels into it and die. Okay, I'm gonna assume you're talking about how people aren't allowed to, like, legally set traps. And, like, that would cause injury or death. I wouldn't call the suit of armor a trap, though. It's a decoration. It wasn't set up intentionally to cause harm, right? So I don't know if that would apply, if that's what you're going for. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up, too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lena Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. Deadly spear decoration. Like, you can... Okay, so, like, say, you can hang, like, a sword on a wall, and if the sword, you know, like, if somebody, like, gets slammed into the wall and the sword falls off the wall, and, like, hits them in the head, which is basically the same situation as what's happening now, supposedly. That wouldn't really be anyone's fault but whoever pushed them, I would think. There's no reasonable expectation that the sword would have to be mounted to the wall like that securely, because there's no, you know, that... Who's gonna fucking put... To make a long story short, we slipped up, the power outage didn't help either. What are you saying? Okay, we already did that one. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? I should be a lawyer, dude. Do they get paid well? Probably not the defense... That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs, I guess you could say. He got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Speaking of, owning Japanese swords is getting outlawed in the UK? Like, just Japanese swords? Why? I wouldn't even say Japanese swords are like, I mean, they're cool, but like, I mean, they're dangerous, but like, what makes them more dangerous than any other sharp, pointy object? Sharp, pointy object. When I went there, I found Lana there. How did the knife tip get into Neil then? That was forged evidence. We already established that, I think. At least earlier, Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth did. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. They shoved the tip into the hole. I'm not sure it got shoved in anywhere. There was no shoving in a hole, I don't think. Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Somebody got 86 with one and they're just banning owning one because of it. Bladed ornamental weapons is what I remember the Parliament bill saying. So you're not allowed to own, like, decorative weapons? That's, interesting. I don't like that. Swords are cool. She had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Okay, so pressing doesn't do anything. And it doesn't want me to present this yet. It's going to be important later. Half of it was found in Gaunt's desk. That's what I was looking for. The text saying it was in his office or on his desk or in the safe or... You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery.
But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
The tip was deep into his body.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. Okay, I should say, we did obtain these without any legal search and seizure documentation. I'm pretty sure this would get thrown out. We did break into his office, like, without a... Take this list, for example. Let's just ignore that for now. That's the list Emma Skye drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gaunt, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this in the illegal investigation. Chief Gaunt, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you?
Me?
How would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Gumshoe, help! Help! Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defer blame! Defer blame now. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Wright? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. I think he's gonna go to jail. Or at least be fired. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see. Where was it now? What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Udgy. In return, though. I know. That place, right? What? What are these guys, telepathic? What are they talking about? What are these two doing? I don't... For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. What? Found a Chief Gaunt's safe. I feel like it's that. They didn't bring this up yet. What does this say again? Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the trial. No. When was the last save? It wasn't that long ago, but I can make another one. Let me press. Just want to see what he says. I'd appreciate if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day... Shut up! Shut up! You're the lawyer! I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Rito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery... I'm not through speaking yet, Rito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, I wasn't listed in the evidence list. It's an it. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. I do struggle to identify a motive. It is weird. How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Unless it was just to protect Sky. Who was it that murdered Neil? Like he just did it upon request? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Sky. Well, now do you see? Unless Gaunt killed him. Did he just... Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gaunt? At the very least, there is one large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What's this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion. That in itself is sufficient motive. I forgot about that. Oh! Oh, that's a good one. Why is it back to playing his theme song? Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. See, I don't think he's lying about that. Was it just to get Joe Dark prosecuted? To create a crime that unmistakably is one that, you know, he can be blamed for? That's the only thing I can really think of. How is the judge not corrupt? I didn't say he wasn't. He needed Lana to be his pet chief prosecutor? Nothing in it for you. That's also a benefit. But being the chief alone is, you know, sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. Thank you for proving your narcissism, friend. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I think yes. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright? It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. What? That's not what I meant. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gaunt may have helped forge evidence? Can't believe he did it. Chief Prosecutor Lena Skye. The defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? As for Chief Gaunt, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lena Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gaunt. But how would he profit from all this? What is wrong with him? Like, as he lost his hair, like, did the brain cells go with it? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would have acquired unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? He wasn't this dumb in the main game, right? Like, he's been flanderized a little bit. Oh, wait. He let Von Karma's bullshit slide? He really shouldn't have this job, should he? I'm telling you, this judge is the real final boss villain. He's in, like, all the games, too, isn't he? Oh, my God. Chat, I'm in pain right now. I spent, like... This is why I didn't stream the past couple days. I fucking helped my dad, like, cut down some trees in his yard, and my whole body is, like, sore. Hold on, I need water. Boy failure quality even at 65. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Why? Admit it, Chief! Just ignore him. You assisted Lena Skye in forging evidence. Lumberjack coded? I'm actually, yes. Yeah. I did that thing where, like, I picked up, like, the tree and, like, held it over my shoulder. It was a dead tree. It didn't weigh anything, but, like, I did that, and I was like, damn. I'm a real man now. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. No, there were trees that, like, got knocked over in the wind because, like, beetles, I think, like, ate the innards of them, and they, like, died, and then wind, and then they fall onto the neighbor's house. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Thank you for showing that you can intimidate her, Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. Also that, yeah, there's no way she'd testify against Gaunt. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless this is also what happened in the incident. This incident? Wait, which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. They put the weird bug from Star Trek II in her brain. The Star Trek II, the movie. You better watch your tongue, Worthy. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. That's a threat. Why are you not... Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gaunt is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. The judge isn't stupid. He acts stupid because he's bribed and corrupt. When do I get to put him behind bars, huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. He does not like him. Good. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? He's a corrupt piece of shit murderer. That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder. Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gaunt is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Okay, show us this evidence that ties Chief Gaunt to the murder of Detective Goodman. Of Goodman? Hey, Oh, the ID card record. This is the ID card list. I had to think about it for a second. The one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Please don't make me watch the video again. Please don't. It's gonna make me do that, isn't it? There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gaunt's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gaunt. There it is! I was waiting for him to get angry. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Dang, Squirtle! Order. Chief Gaunt, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gaunt, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be there that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gaunt? I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lena Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. I think it is. But it's never stopped us before, so... This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gaunt met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime. Oh, I don't know. Wait. This is the only time Goodman could have entered the room? What? Oh, 420. Ha. His locker being open. Oh! No, that's... Yeah, you're right. Okay. There's gotta be something more solid than this on that day. Why are you trying to throw me off? Don't do that. The court is waiting. Why would you do that? Oh, hey, Barry O'Burden. Thanks for the raid. What's up? But the court is waiting. Why would you throw me off like that? Why don't you come meet with me tomorrow? Perhaps we could write up your letter of termination. No. Regardless, you did see Detective Goodman that day. In that case, Mr. Red, I'm gonna have to ask... Yeah, alright. So, the evidence... Please don't make me watch the fucking video again. I don't want to watch the video again. I don't... It's not the video, right? It's not the evidence logger. Not the video. I don't want to watch the video again. I don't want to watch the video again. Evidence that proves the victim went to meet Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime. It's not Goodman's note, is it? No. Need a hint. Canadian? Quiet. Shush. Be quiet. Edgeworth's... Wait, evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gaunt's request. It's not this, is it? I'm trying to remember what happened. It's been, like, weeks since I, like, did the first day of this trial. This was written up because somebody stole his ID card. That was Marshall, right? Marshall did that, I think. Evidence from SL9. Streamer can't read. I didn't mean to open that. Need assistance. I will scream. Just proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime. Down at the prosecutor's office, crime scene. We've all been there. Is it this? There's got to be something more subtle. Nope, that's not it. On that day, Detective Goodman had to go see Chief Gaunt. I don't remember. I don't remember. It's been like 3 weeks. We didn't find prints anywhere, did he? That's Marshall's fingerprints. Who wants to watch the video again? I I still don't know when the evidence law comes into play. 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gaunt's behest, giving it its current form. Murder weapon, record of parking in the prosecutor's parking lot. I don't know why that would... Loss of blood from a chest wound. No, that's not it. It's not the SL9 note. I can't look at the phone doesn't show the record. It's not relevant, I don't think. This is all this evidence being in here is confusing. Wet enamel shoe bears traces of blood from Goodman and Lena Skye. Was found at the crime scene wrapped in the defendant's muffler. It's not this, is it? I don't remember what the screwdriver was even about. I don't remember. Nope, it wasn't the screwdriver. Fuck. This trial has gone so smoothly so far. Or at least on this day it has. And now I'm flubbing it. Canadian, this is your fault somehow. Tagged evidence from the SLN incident. When has this glove even come up other than in the video? I don't think it has. Actually, I have no fucking idea. Streamer projecting. Yeah. Shows proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gaunt on the day of the crime. What the fuck would show that as proof? They're referring to the day of the crime as in the day of Goodman dying, right? That's what they're talking about? I would assume... Where did Goodman have to go that day? Into the evidence room, right? So... He has lost literacy. We already established that, though. They don't want me to show the ID card record again, do they? That doesn't seem right. That's not helpful. I'm not sure what you mean lost literacy. I don't... It's not the ID card. It's not this, is it? Is it actually that? Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. It was actually that? I was gonna pick that earlier and I didn't. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to have given that report to the chief of police. Would he? I didn't know that. I just assumed he would give it to his immediate superior. I don't know. Yet you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure that he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed it to enter the evidence room that day. It was in the description. Can only be submitted to the... Okay. It does say that, doesn't it? I gotta be honest, yeah, I didn't read that. I didn't read that part. He needed to? So yeah, you're right. I've told you I don't know how to read. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gaunt. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. It's not that I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Yeah, thanks for saying it. Exactly. But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh, fuck. Oh, he's pissed. Chief Gaunt, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Except for, well, he didn't try to kill us, but Von Karma did tase me in the evidence room and got away with it, so... Well, he didn't really get away. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gaunt, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue taking up space. Is it the fucking blue ba- How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gaunt used this! Please, no. Let me just make sure. Oh, God. Well? I see. Maybe I'll use this later. To move your dead body, Mr. Wright. Huh? Yeah, it wasn't the Blue Badger. I'll help you dispose of it. Okay, when did I last save? Oh, it doesn't, that's right, it doesn't let me load after that. It wasn't the Blue Badger. Yeah, I don't know why I picked that. I thought it'd be funny. Also, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not actually sure what he would have used. What would he have used? Oh god, there's like a 15-minute time elapse there. Oh. Wasn't that long. And I lost... Wait, what? Wait, whoa, what happened? Wait, did I pick the wrong thing? We're on a different step? Try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. We did find something during our investigation, something that proves Gaunt entered the... Oh, we're on that question. Okay. It's interesting that Edgeworth helps you there, though. I thought we were further along. I didn't... I see, show evidence that ties Chief Gaunt to the... Okay, we're much further back than I thought then. That's this. Wrong save? No, it's right. I just... Further back than I thought. It's phrased very similarly to, his follow-up question coming up.
Objection!
He's fucking pissed. I don't know why I went this way. I feel like it... Actually, that didn't take longer.
Detective Goodman lost his ID on the day of the crime.
What would he have used to transport the body? God, he's angry. Okay. I'm gonna save here so I don't have to do that again. Yeah. Just save like 3 minutes or so and I inevitably fuck it up again.
What if used to move?
I know it was Edgeworth's car. But like... Oh, no. It's talking about Lana Sky? Is that it? Yeah, I think I just show the photo, right? Well? I see. Nope, that's not right. Okay. Actually, I'm not dead yet, so I don't need to load. Let me read it again. Maybe, there's only one possible way he could have moved the body. I really wish this game had text history, because I just skipped that by accident, and I don't know what it said. The only problem is, how did he get him to do it? Oh. Yeah, that piece of evidence really did have something to do with the case. What the fuck is he talking about? Is he talking about Meekins? It's not the parking stub, is it? To, like, show the car? I don't... I gotta do it to him? Is it the parking stub? This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. It was the fucking parking stub. Okay. I was trying to, like, use the photo, because it literally shows her putting the body in the trunk, or taking it out, opening the trunk with a parking stub. Miles Edgeworth. You mean, he used you, Edgeworth? The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Didn't I say this earlier, that Edgeworth probably drove there with the body in the trunk without him knowing? I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. That's what I was trying to convey earlier. I guess the photo depicts Lana doing it, but she didn't, and that was my error. You mean I carried the victim's body? Precisely so. But wait, even you know. I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony finished that day. But you did return. Tell me, why? I was asked to go by Chief Gaunt, no less. I forgot about that interaction. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. I'm just saying, I brought up the screwdriver earlier. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. He forgot the screwdriver. I did. That was like 45 years ago. So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lena Skye. Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Why are you taking sides, asshole? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gaunt, please say something! I believe your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. Motherfucker! But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh-worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Fucking, I don't know. The phone call? That, why, no backseat, no backseat! Your Honor. Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Sky dispose of the body? Yeah, sure. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. Is it the phone? You said it, but I think you're trying to fuck with me. This still hasn't come up. We haven't brought this up yet, and it was made to be, like, important. Decisive evidence. If you had this proof, why didn't you present it earlier? I'm a bad attorney, I'm sorry. This is like my 5th case. It's not the phone, is it? What exactly is this evidence? Chat, this is chat's fault. I'm definitely not doing this to see what the judge said again. Why haven't you snorted all the fingerprint powder? I did. What? Wait, you think I didn't? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Don't steal my lines. All right. What do you think, Your Honor? I think, Mr. Wright, I'm going to be late for lunch. Well, it wasn't enough. Okay, what exactly does he say? Mr. Wright, Damon Gaunt is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gaunt murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. They're bringing this up again. Why? It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. Ah, CRG? Is that bad? It doesn't usually let me pick that again. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble with what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, RG, I'll leave the rest to you. And he fades out of existence again. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. What, are they gonna fucking kill me? This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her. What is it? Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? I don't fucking know. There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method is proof is testimony. Reading's hard. But Chief Gaunt has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? I don't know. Who is he talking? Is he talking about Sky? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? I don't know. She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth... I knew it. I fucking knew it. Is it me? No, is it her again? She's not really helping at all. The defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Call forth Maya. She's not... I think she died. No, that was her sister. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. I didn't actually expect this to work. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The court is now... hold on! Huh? What? Chief Gunn, I thought you were going to eat! What's happening? Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana? I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. I love direct threats in the courtroom. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Is the jury just like not... what? They're just looking up at the ceiling. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right, then. I've got a lunch date to meet. We can't use that as evidence. He's literally blackmailing her in front of us. You mean the judge? Both of them! Both the jury and the... Okay, if there aren't any further objections... Sure, whatever. The court is now in recess. Great. It looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, huh, pals? Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, my boss was an asshole anyway. I've decided where to work now. At your office. I owe him one. Yeah, yeah, sure. I don't know what he's gonna do yet. He can you put on like a purple kimono and put your hair in a whatever the fuck Maya had her hair up in? Sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gon's done it again. How is he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. That's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks. I don't know what he's talking about. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposition also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything? So, okay, to be fair, she was like 14 when she killed him, but also, you think they would at least, like, hold her for question. Nothing makes sense in this universe. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. She heard everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she'd changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gaunt's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. It was an accident. Don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Yeah, fuck society. Fuck that. Chief Gaunt may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. There's a lot of stages to this trial. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going in with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Man, we really are besties now. This is a long trial. This is a long trial. I really hope that I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna save it. Wait, did I save? Need a hint? Yeah, I'll take a hint. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? No! Miss Lana Skye, you were the chief prosecutor. You saved? Sorry, no backseating allowed. Don't give answers in the chat. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Well, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gaunt. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gaunt. Are you gonna be like a baby about this, or what? I worked alongside Gaunt for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Fuck off! I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. That's bullshit. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lena, if this is true, that means Chief Gaunt has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. Okay,
No, you didn't!
How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gaunt and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gaunt was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana? So that's why you fabricated the evidence. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the scene. You say you did this by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover it. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Wait. But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. What? If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? She fucking with me? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up lies with more lies. All just to protect me. Wait, why? So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound and moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound? And then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you plant the knife? So she did... I thought that wasn't... Wait. Why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out. Let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. I thought we established that was, like, fabricated. I guess that means this is fabricated. According to your testimony, they, like, implied that it wasn't even there, though, I guess. Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It's bullshit. You rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it, so I wouldn't be blamed. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. My sister's lying. She's determined to protect you to the end. She insists that she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it all alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. How did she break the knife anyway? I guess it was already broken from the struggle? I broke the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound. I don't have the tip of the knife as evidence. At all. I don't need to keep pressing, do I? Hold on. There was another option here. She was traumatized by that creep. You did this all by yourself. There was another thing that popped up. I don't know if it was at this one or something else. That's only a situation you deemed was possible. Nothing's changing. It's not giving me the option. Was it this one? Okay, we went over this. Why did you move the body? That's what I wanted to pick. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was. By Chief Gaunt's desk. The body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain in more detail the reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. What? Pieces of the jar, you mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it'd be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... It had been shattered to pieces. So the name Emma was written on it before? If you look at the crime scene, it'd be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Drake was lying unconscious. I said Drake again. Dark! In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. But we know it wasn't. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. I completely fabricated this alone. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my... Why is the name Emma written on it? If that's not what happened. I'm just gonna save, because why not? I don't know if I need to present the jar as evidence or not. I feel like I don't, but I'm going to. I do. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. That's right. You have a problem with that? We found basically the whole thing shattered in the evidence room. It's a simple oversight, really. A message was written on this jar in the victim's blood. The prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to witness his message on the jar, it must not have yet been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. This fucking vase jar thing. We may be missing something critical here. Yeah, excuse me. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor. It seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth toward which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. The witness may now continue her testimony. Yo, Emma didn't kill him? I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Why? You were the one who wiped away the message in blood? It wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time. I wasn't Chief Prosecutor. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. What the hell? Okay. Oh. I immediately noticed the blood traces. Did you? Did you really? So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. What the fuck is wrong with you, asshole? Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. You really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? Then why the fuck would you wipe it off? If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. You did not get them all. How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. You're weird. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. You did not. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. She just keeps fucking contradicting herself. You illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuses for my actions. Actions. I'm sorry, Lana, I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. Don't you carry a bottle of mayo around? No. Mio? Oh, you mean the drink? No. No, I don't. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. It was this press where she said that she couldn't see, but then she said that she could see, right? When Edgeworth pressed her? Normally I would have. It was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. You didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No, if I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Had barely enough time to move the body as it was. I'm not sure how to point out the contradiction is all. It was dark in the room. Where did she say? Was it this one? I always carry a pocket light and camera with me. Is there something that points that evidence out? No, not that. I don't know if anything points out that she has a... She keeps fucking contradicting herself. I don't know if this is the thing I need to be focusing on, though, is the thing. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. Yeah, that's not part of her... Am I supposed to present the jar as her... She did miss a piece. So... And why was it in the evidence room? What did she say for this again? You illegally rearranged the crime scene. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. What is he talking about? So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle the thing hadn't broken earlier. It was so dark in the room, I didn't have time to check it out. Nothing I have contradicts her statement here other than, like, her own words. So I don't know if that matters. It's not the evidence drawing, is it? Is that what I need to show? I didn't mean to loop that again. Damn it. present the jar here? Okay, that is what you're supposed. I was so like, I really just wasn't sure. I was like, it's probably what you need to do, but like, I'm scared. And I'm gonna look like an idiot on the stream. But then if I just sit here for 45 minutes and not pick anything, then I'm gonna look even dumb. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gaunt's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. What? There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. The witness just testified. She gathered every last piece and wiped the blood. You know, that is a good point. I wasn't thinking about that specifically, is that the piece that we found in the safe had the blood not wiped away. I did not read what the judge said. She gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them, that's what he said. Which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, I was presenting the jar thinking that all of the pieces were in the evidence room, like, not together, I guess? I don't know. You were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gaunt got there before you. Couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gaunt at the time. Oh, at the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he were there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Now the judge is crashing out? Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gaunt arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. It's like withholding, technically. Is it both? But why would Chief Gaunt do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gaunt's aid. Lending her his aid, Gaunt helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark. Sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. He's an asshole. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. I'm defending you. I don't know imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. I hate this fucking judge so much. Holy shit. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gaunt's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. No, you're right. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright. Miss Skye, Testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. She didn't do it. I kind of had a feeling that, like, that was also not real, but I wasn't really sure. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. You finally gonna be even, like, remotely helpful with this one? Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. For fuck's sake, lady. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Okay. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gaunt help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it is all really a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. You gonna cooperate now, lady? Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? Is a spear. Dumbass, you were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. Oh? Do you? I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture of the book. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. It didn't give me the option to move the book around physically and inspect it. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. I don't... Oh, now I can physically move it around. Does this say Poyo? Pio. Pio. Okay. There's a picture here. Damn. Okay. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Alright. Alright. Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright. That piece cut out from the vest. Could that be? It was cut out. The cloth we found inside Chief Gaunt's safe. It had no blood on it. And it was cut out before he died. That... What's this? It's a handprint, isn't it? So she did push him, but that didn't kill him? That doesn't surprise me. I think Gaunt did. It had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. No, Emma. No. Those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, let's listen to what she has to say. Save? I didn't get the chance? Okay. Come now, Udgy. I'm gonna save now. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gaunt. What, now you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that... Who's the prosecutor again? Sorry, it's just funny how much he hates this guy. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh my god! That's such a metal line. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. She didn't push him at all, did she? That's true. Wait, maybe she did, but no, she remembers pushing him. My thought is like he pressed her hand into the cloth to like make it seem like she did, but she's saying she... Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean... You have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? Uh-oh. If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm saving again? Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. If you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. I'd better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I don't know if I should resist. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. I'm sorry, Emma. Time's finally come to show it to him. Those prints have got to be the Chief's. No. Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Present the badge.
No, I can't show them that yet.
Yet? Why not? You know which item to show. Mr. Wright, if you're not sure, then think it through again. How can you use that evidence to your advantage? What do I do now? It doesn't take away any health? Why is it giving me the option again? It doesn't normally do that. Wait a minute. Here's the interest... Okay, hold on a minute. No, it doesn't make any sense. Look at this. There is no blood on that piece of cloth. But preserved fingerprints? There's a preserved single fingerprint. No blood whatsoever. And to top it off, it looks like the blood, it may have seeped into the shirt a little bit, but also, that looks like a clean splatter. Right out of the mouth, all over himself. Normally, the leather would have been in the way of that spot. Yeah. No, there's something fucky with this. I'm gonna present it. I don't think it might not be the right thing, but we're gonna find out. It's a piece of leather? Yes. Most likely, it was cut from the victim's vest, near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. He fucking planted the... No, this is him doing this. Do I get to point that out, is my question. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Righto has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Sky's. Emma Sky's. What? They're mine? I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. Hold on a minute, let me speak. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. You really expect me to believe that? But, give it up, Mr. Wright. I thought it was an opportunity to point out that this evidence is bullshit, but you shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. The trial isn't a... It appears we have our killer. No. No. Alright, it was fun to see what happens, at least. Everything hinged on that in the end. Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. Yay! At least I didn't get disbarred. Alright, I saved for a reason, so, you know, anytime it gives you the option to pick it again, it's railroading you into, yeah. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Why would you know that, though? Chief Gaunt? Oh, he's incriminating himself. That makes sense. See, I didn't think he'd be this impulsive. Dumbass? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know those fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. Why does he know that? What are you talking about, Chief Gaunt? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. Why do you also have that? See the victim's vest and notice anything odd about the chest area. It looks like part of it has been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is gonna be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. He's an idiot. He actually did the dumbest thing he possibly could. What do you mean impressive? You did that to yourself! To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. Oh, God. You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the... Sorry, this... The depths of this story, the layers. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. I thought he lost the right to testify. I don't know. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. That when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. See, the fact that he's admitting to this is just showing he doesn't want to get... He's trying to get off of something less bad than murder. I told her to arrange the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dart convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You were calculating that far ahead when forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But you fabricated all the evidence. What's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? And that's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Wright, cough it up already. I know you have it. So, we're pulling it out anyway. It's just that he admitted to all that shit, because he's a dumbass. So you admit to it then, Chief Gaunt, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being the chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have thought of that before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Need a hint. I'm just gonna save. Is it really gonna, like, I feel like it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just expose that poor girl's fingerprints. Right? Think hard over the circumstances. I thought it was dumb to not show it to begin with, but whatever. Circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? I guess? I don't know. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Let's see the conclusive evidence, the evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. So I guess, now... Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it into the open. There's a handprint on this cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that it immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. The handprint on the leather must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean... It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. That is not... What? Okay, Edgeworth. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. No? Maybe? I don't know. You did it. The judge killed him. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Why? Everything's proceeding as predicted. No, all right. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma Skye. What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? We'll get to it, I think. I don't know. The game made me. The game is forcing me. You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me? So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. No, we argued earlier that it was like self-defense. Maybe. How could you monster? Miss Sky? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, and yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said the trial isn't over yet. I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. Are we not allowed to bring out evidence when it's relevant to what we're talking about, asshole? That's literally what... Both sides do this. Dick, that, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. That's the second time he said that. I'll have your badge, boy. Oh, here you go. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Before I do that, there's one little thing I have to clear up. My desk is squeaking. I need to fix that. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed the prosecutor, Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gaunt, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool blabbering about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gaunt, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. It's this, right? Just double checking it. Just looking at that. Just want to make sure. What's this? And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with the blood on this vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. But that piece of cloth... Wait, there's no blood on it. Idiot! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, that's nonsense! Now then, Chief Gaunt, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lena Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. I am not vocalizing that. It is almost 1 a.m. It's finally over. I do not need the neighbors calling the cops on me. Objection? Oh. Oh, that was close, Righto. He almost had me. He does not look good. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see that piece of cloth? Is illegal evidence. Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember Aji? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. What's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth had ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. You're going to rot in a prison cell or be actually probably executed. He's killed several people. I'm afraid Mr. Gaunt's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Mr. Wright? It seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. This is a good screenshot. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? Don't load. I feel like yes. Let me read this again. No. I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gaunt. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence that have definitely been followed before. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe... Shut the fuck up. There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so. Why do you not know this? Why is my desk squeaking so much? Squeaking? Is that a word? It's like the metal legs on it are going like... This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law, which you should know because you're a judge. What's this? The law? Damn it, not again. I've done my homework, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What kind of nonsense is this? Yeah, you're the one that said it. You want relevancy, just look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was it that picture was presented? That was only shown a few moments ago. No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gaunt. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. Look at him doing his lawyer thing and locking you into an unrefutable statement. Yeah. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gaunt. The killer was you! Oh, he's losing it. Oh, he's at... Oh, no. Oh, okay. That's an interesting mental breakdown if I've ever seen one. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. You've got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker. And as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. And then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Okay, leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar, fragments, and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gaunt. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example of others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. And that was John Phoenix. Wait, his name is actually Phoenix. John Attorney. John Ace Attorney. There, excuse me, are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gaunt betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gaunt help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions have been answered in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might make it to the top. You're still going to prison. Probably. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Sorry about that. But your sister's cool. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. For not technically doing your job right, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. He's such a tsundere. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I was only doing my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the Chief blackmailed you, the fact is, you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Yay, we're trading chains, or she's trading chains for iron bars. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. Oh, I gotta stand up for 1 second, hold on. Standing stream. I'm a standing streamer now. That is all. This court is adjourned. At long last, it's finally over. God, that was a lot. Hey, you didn't kill anyone? Your sister's probably going to prison for like 30 years, though? 20? 15? It's not that bad. Kinda. It's better than, you know, being killed. Why the long face? Why are you stadning? Stadning. 10 squats. No. I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted of murder. She didn't commit... No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended... I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I'm not reading this again. We just saw this. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty? Yes. And to top it off, you called me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana? Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. I'm still standing up. Why am I still standing up? Hold on. I just, like, assumed the default state. I gotta return to form. When I was when the first time, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. There's a continuation of the prior sentence. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis? I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. Yeah, but, like, have you seen this? Like, look at this. Isn't that crazy? I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. And your weird glasses. Where the weird fucking glasses. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But Sissy, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis? I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You can apologize later when during visiting hours. You're gonna be incarcerated. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis. I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Well, that's nice. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Mistake. Because in so doing, we can find the right way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. Damn it. Need a hint? Yeah. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. Sit down and stand up 10 times. That is not the same thing as a squat. I'm not doing that either. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? He's fucking like hiding behind the couch. He slowly slides out. Damn it. Stop hiding and come over here. He's gonna be all angry. He's so angry. Are you angry? Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'm probably getting disbarred now. I'll be going. Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I might be too. Uh-oh. I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. And it's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gaunt was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand. Believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try and go at it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary. I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gaunt did. That thought terrifies me. And that's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. You want to be my intern? Not you. You're going to jail. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gaunt and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. Technically, Karma only killed, like, one guy, right? What, did he kill more? They're still, yeah, they're both fucked up. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Oh, what? What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Okay, look at my badge. Look at that. Look at that. Yep. It looks edible. I'm gonna eat it. Gonna eat it. It's going down the throat. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. The law! This? I don't fucking know. Something that neither... Why do I care? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own? The Blue Badger. The badge. That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I fucked up the last thing. That wasn't the right piece of evidence. Did I just get the bad ending? It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll excuse me. Did I get the bad ending? There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. He got the worst ending. No! I'm doing it again. What are you supposed to show there? Is it the photograph? Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let whatever happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. What was I supposed to show? Is it the photograph? Is it the luminol? Is it the photo? It's the blue battery. It's a blue battery. In the end, it's up to you. You were supposed to show something that you couldn't find alone. A piece of a puzzle. What? Well, I couldn't find that alone. That was given to me, so I wasn't alone. I found that while I was with Emma. I found that while I was with Emma. I found that while I was with Emma. The autopsy report? The full list of evidence? Wait, really? Damn it. The bad ending. It seems I owe you my thanks, too. I don't remember where I got the full list of evidence, but what I face now is my problem. Did Edgeworth give it to me? I actually forgot if he did. I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. Try not to, like, shoot anyone. I'd better be going, too. Okay. Oh no, not the incident. The evidence. Okay, that's right. He had the other half. I forgot. Whoops. I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and a lot of catching up to do. Here, a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I've ever bought. Study it well. Is there a picture of a dead guy in this one too? Thanks, sis, I will. Oh, she's giving it to her. Where were you keeping that? And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. I probably should have saved before picking that evidence. I'm going to load the save and look at it. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. I'm just like waiting for some random NPC I don't care about, like old bag, to show up. A journey to rediscover myself. Oh, hey, Gumshoe. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had... What did she say? I didn't mean to skip that. What did she say? I didn't know you had a wild side, that's what she said. You see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. What? Huh? Huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Yay. Did you know lawyers cost money, Emma? That'll be $85,000, thank you. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. That's the end? That's the end. Well, I'm seeing credits. Never mind. I arranged for a friend to... I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. And then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Wow, this is nice. I want to see what happens if I pick the other thing with Edgeworth. That's probably going to take a second. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, my boss got incarcerated. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yeah, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Can I be the new police chief? I'm qualified. Let me do it. Let me do it. Give me the position. I can kill someone too. I can throw a dude onto a suit of armor. I could do that. Actually, no, make him the police chief. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. You just had to get one more of those in there, didn't you? Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. It just had to squeeze in one more megaphone screech. There he is. The most traumatic, I mean, the best character in the game. Yeah, he's great. Yeah. Thanks. No! No, he's fine. He'll be alright. I want to say stuff, but I can't yet, because the credits are going, and I keep thinking that something random is going to cut in. What if I just do it anyway? No, here we go. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with the steak lunch partner? Miss Starr managed to sneak this one into me. She seems to know one of my guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? I still don't like him. But I guess it's good that I helped them out. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. What do you mean he's so cool? As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. Something about the Wright lunch. The top lawyer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom lawyer's sweet. The right way lunch, he called it. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. I can't. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. I can't read the stream chat or the stream history dialogue and the main dialogue as well. Man lost his brother and he's Wild West. I still don't like him. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after that trial. Let's see, what was his name again? He said he's been doing something for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. I gotta go. Give me his job. No, I'm serious. Give me the fucking gavel. I'm taking over. You're retiring, old man. Man, my throat is sore. Hold on. No, I'm not ready. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. I was drinking water. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you say objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya afternoon training's about to begin. Well, see you around, Nick. I want Maya back. She's cool. Emma's fine, but she's not Maya. You need a puffy white wig or we'll need to go bald to be a judge? I can shave my head. I don't get the powdered wig thing. That's the UK does that, right? Why do they do that? I mean, I know why, but like it's just maybe stop doing that, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? He resigned. It's because I didn't show the right thing at the end. Weren't powdered wigs, like, originally created to, like, hide syphilis scars or something? Thanks! I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Europe! Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. I swear to God. Oh? Well, that's adorable. She gave her her hat. That doesn't actually look like it'll fit her to begin with. Rise from the ashes. I'm alright. Oh, my throat is so sore, dude. Holy shit, you have no idea. I gotta stretch. I want to see what, Edgy Wedgy, why'd I say that out loud? I'm gonna... How far back into the trial is it? Oh, God. It's so far back. I get to see him crash out again. He'll do the clapping thing. He's gonna do the clapping thing, I think. It's the same ending even if you do show, but I want to see what the dialogue says. What does the dialogue say? It won't take that long. I'm gonna see him crash out again. He's an asshole. I can't live with flubbing it at the end. Are you kidding me? This children's game that I'm definitely smart enough to play on my own. I'm smart. I know. I'm smarter than Edgeworth. I'm smarter than Edgeworth. I'm smarter than him. Okay, is he crashing out? There he goes. Yeah, watch him crash out. This is my favorite. This is my favorite one. I wish he would have gone faster, though. It's a little disappointing. I hope he shows up again, and then I can insult him to his face later. Howdy, partner. Is the next game that one that's back in the past? I don't know. I don't know. I think there's a dude with, like, X-ray vision goggles or whatever on. I don't really know what's going on anymore. Okay, you know what? Okay, now I'm going to talk about stuff while I'm sitting here skipping dialogue. This was great. This trial got a lot more in depth than I expected. And him as an antagonist, he's great. He's like actually an imposing threat. At least compared to everyone else. Like, he is what I wanted big, evil, like, billionaire guy from the beginning to be. The pink-haired dude. He feels like someone scary. I don't know, he's a good antagonist. I like him. Am I taking a break between this and the second game? I'm not going to stream it tonight. I'll probably get to it soon, though. I'm actually kind of... I don't know. I don't know if I should separate these into, like, separate playlists yet. I probably should. I probably should do that. Play smarter than a 5th grader? No, I can't do that. I'll lose. I'm gonna lose that. Yeah, no, this was a great final trial. I liked the regular last trial a lot. Excuse me. But this one ties it together really nicely. I just miss Maya. Not guilty. Am I gonna have to wait a year for the next stream of it? No, I'll get to it soon. No, I'll do it soon. The only thing I'm really burnt out on at the moment is RPGs. I gotta be honest with you. It's a lot. I don't know, sometimes it's hard to find the motivation to stream when I'm gonna sit down and be like, okay, who's gonna go into Tartarus for 12 hours straight again? No, I'll get to this soon. The only thing that holds me back with stuff like this is the throat thing. I need a good thrusty day. If it's not a good thrusty day, it's not gonna go well. But yeah, no, I mean, we'll get to this soon. I actually am really looking forward to what happens next. I'm not gonna stream it like tonight or anything, but it'll be less of a break than what I am taking between Yakuza 1 and 2. I'll put it like that. Speaking of Yakuza 2, I actually don't know when I'm gonna play that. You want a game with voice acting? I don't necessarily need one, it's just... It stresses the throat. It's like the reason I haven't been doing, like, big boy visual novels yet. There's a specific one I'd love to stream that'll take, like, 8,000 hours to complete. And I would love to do it, but... goddamn. I'm gonna save here. Yeah, actually, it is actually Higurashi, yeah. I would love to stream Higurashi. Specifically 07th expansion mod. And Dobi Neko, actually. Really everything from that series. But, well, everything visual novel related. Okay, so what does he say? I just want to know what the dialogue is. I just want to know. I just want to know. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. It's the same? That's all it is? If you'll excuse me. Alright, well, I guess that's all that changes. Alright, Edgeworth, my place tonight? Yeah. Farewell. He'll get his shit together, or not. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go up against Cyclops from the X-Men in the next game. I don't know anything about him, other than I think he drinks like 85 like gallons of coffee per hour, so... My knowledge of this series is incredibly fragmented. I could probably just skip this now. Actually, no, I can't. There's no menu option. There we go. Title screen. Cyclops' third game? Oh, what's in the second game? Oh, I know who's in the second game. Oh, really? They're in the second? Who could they possibly be? Unrelated. I don't know. Anyway. New game! Justice for All, and Trials and Tribulations. I have a question. What system is this for? Is this DS exclusive? I don't know what system. I know this was Game Boy Advance originally, came out on the DS. What is... I can look it up. I have this thing called a web browser. All DS. He was on WiiWare? Oh. Oh. It was... Okay, so this also was a Game Boy Advance game. First game was GBA in Japan, DS elsewhere. The second game was apparently also GBA. I was mostly looking for that. I was just curious because I didn't know if it was going to be like a drastic change up in like music or art style or what. What's the third one called? Trials and Tribulations. It's a weirdly generic title, I feel like. Trials and Tribulations was also Game Boy Advance. What? All three of these games were a Game Boy Advance. Wow, that's late. That's late life Game Boy Advance. That's 2004. Okay. All right, so they're all Jubilee. Feels like Justice for All should have been the third game's name. No. Trials and... I don't know, it's just kind of... I'm gonna stop streaming now, because somehow I made it to almost exactly 4 hours. It's cutting it pretty close. It still sucks that I can't back up this game's save file to the Steam Cloud. But I guess that's not a big deal, because it's just Phoenix, right? Yeah, I'm gonna stop now. That was a video game. I'll get back to this soon. I don't know when. Maybe like a few days from now. I'm trying to see if there's like any other games that I want to stream later. I want some like chill games. I need something like Animal Crossing-esque that's not like a farm simulator. I don't know. I need to look around. I mostly just don't want to stream Stardew Valley. I gotta leave now because I'll see you later. We'll do more Phoenix Wright soon though. Anyway, bye bye.